Hi.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Yes, you're coming through loud and clear.
Good. Well, I did the right thing that I was supposed to, right? To remind everybody.
Yes,
And the minutes, that's the routine now.
yes, I think it worked out well, and Tony did his part too, sending out the minutes.
Yes, exactly. So we're all organized now.
It took us a while.
Yes. Well, do you know how we vote on December 15th? Do we have to stand in line, or I'm getting spoiled for the select board?
Maybe David could answer that question if he's hearing this.
Well, I don't see him. Do you?
I just see his name and I see
That's
that
what I see too, yeah. That's what I was hoping.
Yes.
He'd come on.
So Greta says that she can look it up. That
Oh, great.
Dave did send out directions on the bulletin board. So she's going to check to see if she can find it.
Oh, good, Greta. I'm glad you sit in with us. You're great.
I'm eavesdropping.
Yes, that's terrific. Yeah, because
Hello.
I would, hi, what'd you
When
find out?
When you live in a small house, you kind of join meetings that you don't intend to.
Well, I know.
I think I can look that up.
No,
Dave
thank you.
sent, in his usual way, a very good explanation. Here it is. I could send it to your email if you wanted.
Yes, yeah,
It says,
yeah, that would be great, because I'm not on the bulletin board, Tony is.
okay, so he sent this on November 16th, voting special town meeting. Hi all, as you may be aware, the town of Lincolnville is holding a special town meeting on December 15th. So you had the date right,
Yeah,
2020, to elect a selectman to serve from the election until June 2022 to complete the term of David Barrows. The voting will be conducted via secret ballot on Tuesday, the 15th, from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. within the gym at Lincolnville Central School. Absentee ballots are available now and will continue to be available through Election Day. They can be obtained in person at the town office and voted at the town office or taken with you. Or they can be obtained by calling the town office. We cannot accept email requests for the absentee ballot. In order for ballots to be counted, they must be returned by 8 p.m. on the day of the election, December 15th. The special town meeting warrant and a special ballot are available by clicking this live link. So I could send that to you.
okay, that'd be great, because I mean, I've gotten spoiled. I kind of like absentee ballots.
I understand that in this crazy time that we're in.
Yeah,
I've enjoyed going to the polls and voting and seeing other people in the past, but not now.
no, exactly, not particularly not now. Okay, Greta, you have my email? Gary does.
Yes,
I
Gary's
do it.
got it.
I'll
So
make sure she
we'll
gets
send
it.
it to you.
Thank you very
You're welcome.
much, because I would like to vote. I think we've got two good candidates. What's happened to John Fishman? Is he still on the board?
No, he isn't. He's off the board now.
Okay, and that's what's his name, who helped us?
So Mike
Mike.
Ray took his position.
Mike Ray, yes. So he took his place.
Yes.
Okay. We worked with Mike Ray and his partner on the, when we were trying to combat the cell tower
So with Barbara.
with Barbara, yes. Yep,
And Mike came down and joined us.
Yeah,
to
that's what I was-
studies as well.
yes.
Yeah, he's-
No, when I saw him, I knew who he was, and I was glad he's on the select board. He's extremely knowledgeable
mhm.
and has been involved in a lot of different things in the town.
Yeah, he's a good person to have there. I think he's very thoughtful.
Yeah, he is. Well, it's terrific. We seem to be got a good board.
And
So Mike and Josh were voted in.
yes,
And who else do we have? Mike, Josh,
we have Kern
Kern,
and Laidley still.
and Lately's still there.
Yes,
Good.
he's still the chair.
Chair goes on and on. I'm glad. How many times does she get voted in before she's off?
I don't know. That would be another good question for David.
Yeah. I taught Lately years ago
Uh-huh,
at Riley School.
Yeah,
I was her art teacher, and I'm very pleased to have her
mhm.
on the chair of the board. She seems very competent
Mhm.
and fair.
It's been a good board for us to work with. They've been
Oh,
very
God,
supportive.
yes. Consider it. When we were all going to resign. You said, be calm. It will change, and it did.
Yeah, in my job, I saw lots and lots of presidential administrations come and go.
Yes, oh, I can believe it.
Either way, 4 years or 8 years,
Well,
will change.
yes, we're looking for a whole new change now that Biden has been approved finally. And look forward to the changes there.
Are you going to join us this evening?
Is Tony? Yes, he's coming. He's just making a cup of tea. Here he comes.
He has to calm his nerves before this meeting.
Yes. Are you
Hey,
leaving?
Tony,
What did he say?
He wants to see you in the calm.
no, I'm just saying that he was having a cup of tea to calm his nerves.
Oh. It's actually to wake him up because he's been getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning to go hunting.
Mhm.
So he needs to be alive.
Deer hunting?
Deer hunting.
Mhm.
And the property that we have across the road,
Mhm.
kind of like, almost like a private preserve. Nobody hunts there except for a neighbor in the development, Wayne Lanning's
Uh-huh.
development. One
So
person,
Has Tony been successful yet?
no. He's got 3 spots in the land, and what he really likes to do, he goes out at 4:35 in the morning, and well, here he comes. He can tell you himself. And he enjoys,
What dark secrets are you revealing?
he enjoys watching the deer.
Mhm.
he's got a blind.
Mhm.
I'm not revealing anything, am I?
I don't know, depends what you said.
He's got a blind and
That's me.
he's got cameras all around, and he's got this very nice blind and this swivel seat, and he can look one way or the other. And he has been watching a doe and two large fawns almost every day.
And $2 and a button.
Well, that's neat. Boy, the sunrises have been pretty spectacular over the last week or so.
Yes.
You
What-
see those from your deer stand?
What? I couldn't hear what Gary said.
I was saying the sunrises have been spectacular over the last week or so,
Oh,
looking
that's
toward the
lovely.
ocean.
Absolutely. Yeah, I see them from inside the trees. So, but I just love the creep up of from pre-sunrise on the whole process.
Yeah,
And and then suddenly the light changes, and it's not dim and
not dim, yes.
obscure. All of a sudden it sort of pops into sunlight.
Yeah.
And it's just lovely.
You know what we noticed from where we are, and we're probably 8 miles or so from the coast, is that when you look toward the coast in the morning, there's almost always a very dark gray band, just above the water. We can't see the water from where we are, but you can tell that it's where the ocean is. And then that just gets suffused with these just beautiful, oranges and pinks and reds, this time of year in particular.
Yeah. No, I think that one of the things that makes it, one of the things that makes it this time is that there are, the leaves have fallen. So you see the sunlight emerging at a lower angle. So it's longer. And it's a wonderful time when it gets from that pre-light to first light to dawn. Owls are flying around, and I see deer. I look and look and look, and there's nothing there. And then I don't stop looking, and suddenly the deer is just right there. And
The
it's
deer.
yeah. I mean, there's the ones that I've been looking at most often are a doe and two fawns, and they're anywhere from maybe 20 feet away to 150 feet away, and they just look, and they come up and they look at me, and then they stamp their foot, and then they walk up a little closer, and then they poke their nose in front of a few yards in front of my blind. There's a camera that connects to my iPhone, and they bump the camera with their noses, and I can see them bumping the camera, and then I can see the nose on my iPhone.
Right, that's neat.
Inside, and it's just, I feel like I'm almost one of the guys or one of the girls, or one of them anyway. And it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, so maybe they hope the camera's a salt lick.
Maybe. I have in the past put out a salt lick up here, not far from my house. I don't do that anymore because it just brings the deer in, and I don't want them here. But that's nice too, to put them put a salt lick, not for
hunting, right?
Yeah, just for the fun stage. Yeah. The function of hunting is to get me out with an objective in mind. And then as soon as I see that I can achieve that objective, I don't want that objective. I just get the collateral benefits.
That's great.
So your gun is on the bottom of the blind.
Oh, it sits there ready, but I don't actually use it. I don't.
Oh, hi.
Welcome to
Hello.
the-
Hi,
Hi.
Sheriff.
So I should get my What do I need here? I need my glasses. Excuse me, Gary, I have to go get glasses, otherwise I won't see, I won't be able to see or hear anything.
Hello, Rich.
Hi, Rich.
Hi, Laura.
Hi, Lee.
I'm fixing myself up so that I look better.
Well, can't look worse than I am.
Well, I don't know. These are our only social outings these days.
Have something to dress up for, yeah.
Hi, Rich.
Howdy.
Can anybody see me now?
Yeah,
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
you always look a little small in the dark.
Well,
Can you
that's
turn
all
your-
right. That's because it's not too close. No blemishes.
are you on your
That's the
phone,
main thing.
Lisa? Are you on your phone?
Yes.
Can you turn it sideways?
Yeah, I guess I can.
Well, that's why you look
Let's see if I can.
small.
Uh-oh.
All right, let's
And
see if how that
Steve.
does. Now I can't see anything.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
better.
that's better.
Good.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
because you see what I've got right here.
Oh,
Oh, nice.
yeah.
Yeah.
My wood stove is going too.
Yeah, our wood stove's going.
That reminds me of Aussie. We had a Cedar, we had a fire on the island this summer in a campfire, outdoor fire. And our grandson was minding it. That was his job. But he was meantime having a virtual play date with his friend Aussie, who is in Rockport, I think. So he and Aussie are talking to each other, and then he had to go and do something. So he put his iPad down so Aussie could look
His
in
iPhone.
his iPhone down so that Aussie in Camden could see the fire, and told Aussie, you mind the fire. I'll be back in a few minutes.
Everybody. I missed it. Something happened and I missed it.
Well,
So
Well,
Lise is now.
Lisa, you've turned around.
Sideways.
Well, no, you guys have turned around. I mean, on
No,
my
we're
phone,
all
I
straight,
look fine, and you guys are sideways.
That's what you are.
So Rich, did you know this would happen?
How's that?
There she is.
Much better.
Much better.
Okay.
Well, you guys
Welcome
look better
to you.
too.
Good to see you.
I'm gonna get the light. I'm gonna disappear for a minute.
Rich is there. Is Pat coming?
I don't know.
No, I received a note from Pat. She said she couldn't make it. A cousin of hers in Utah passed away from COVID, and she was informing all of the rest of a very large family, extended family about it.
Oh dear, I'm sorry. That's actually the first person that I know that has, well, I don't know her. What about Steve Thomas? Is he?
He's right here, but
Where?
Can you
I
hear?
see Steve's name. I see that his microphone is muted, but I don't see a photo of him.
no, I don't either.
Video.
Steve, can you hear us?
Steve, if you can hear us,
Lisa's now pulled an Aussie. We're looking at a fire, but she's missing.
We can see the flames though.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Are you returning?
Yes, I am. Yes, I am.
Good.
Hold on 1 second. I'm here. I'm just
Oh,
trying
good.
to, unfortunately, I have all these meetings on Tuesday. I have the Coastal Mountains meets on Tuesday too. So it always sort of screws everything up.
Oh,
Here we go. Light,
oh, good. We can see you.
baby. There.
Oh, good.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Look at Rich. He's looking very well.
Yes.
Surviving. Kind of been like a vacation in some ways.
Well, now I can see my notes.
I want to see if we can make contact with Steve again, because it looks like he's either called in or
Okay, tried.
is on video.
He's
Steve,
muted.
can you hear us? And if you're just on your phone, you may want to unmute it.
Oh, it's gone, I think it's,
Oh, it happened.
he
There.
unmuted. But we don't see him.
Okay. Steve, do you want to say something, and we'll see if we can hear you?
Trying.
Oh, there you go.
We're hearing you
That
now.
Hey, just can't get the picture on.
We can hear you now. Good.
Sometimes
Your
you have
voice
to
is more
accept-
important.
That's good, thank
Yeah.
you.
But you take a look and see if you see the image of a camera on the screen with a slash through it. And if you're able to click on that, the video may come on.
That's all you guys, but I don't see anything else.
You see
Okay.
us?
Well, I'm glad that you can at least join us with
It's all
audio.
right, go ahead. I can do that.
Okay, sounds good. Well, welcome all. Our first item of business will be to review the minutes, and I wanted to thank Tony for sending them out right in advance of the meeting.
Yes, thank you,
And,
Tony.
Thanks.
And thanks to Whitney too for sending out the meeting reminders.
Yes.
Well, that's at least one less thing that you have to do.
Yeah, good.
Any comments on the minutes?
Look very good.
I thought they were good.
I thought, Lise,
Yes.
didn't you have something to say?
No, but it looks fine. I just didn't want to have, that mention of low water because it wasn't low water. It's high water. I mean, it's higher than usual. So you were going to make that
So-
change. I don't have the text, unfortunately, right in front of me. But what did I say in my email?
So here's how it reads for Moody Pond. It says evidence of beavers, low water, but not as low as last year.
I would say higher than last year. Just say higher than last year.
Okay.
Because
So
it
just
went down
evidence of
for a
beavers?
while. It went down for a while. Now it's back up.
Okay, so on these minutes, it will
So,
read.
but for the minutes, the minutes were
Last year, is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay,
fine.
So we'll
Thank you.
We'll replace low water, but not as low as last year with water level higher than last year.
Higher than last year. Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Good.
any other comments on the minutes?
No,
Hearing none, we'll deem the minutes accepted,
Yes.
and we can move on to our lake by lake review. Let's start with Coleman Pond. Anything to report?
well, with all the rain of yesterday, I think it's higher than it has been. Not very high, but higher, moving up. I saw, I don't know if it was an eagle or an osprey circling around over a duck a couple of days ago, but I couldn't see what the duck was. So not much wildlife, and quiet on the pond.
Probably most likely an eagle, since most of the ospreys have left town.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, there's been an eagle circling and diving on the pond, and a lot. And also, my neighbor has told me that he's seen several times eagles kind of grappling, fighting, mating, doing something in flight.
Hmm.
I haven't seen that, but there's kind of evidence suggesting that maybe we'll have a nesting pair here next year.
Neat.
I haven't seen it, but they're here.
I'm not sure that's good news for the loons, but
No, it
No.
isn't.
for the eagles.
So that's it, Gary.
Okay, thank you. How about Pitcher Pond, Rich? Anything to report?
Well, I've opened the gate for the winter for safety reasons, so the gate's open till spring.
What gates are those?
The gate we have at our ramp, our association ramp. We have gates.
On the road or on the ramp?
On the ramp. Yeah. There's a remember the big controversy, Lise, about the gate at Pitcher Pond? Anyway,
Yeah, people wanted to get through it.
it's a big issue with the board. Yeah. Anyway, yeah, I open it and close it, you know, different times of the year, but we want to keep it open in case there's any need for, you know, snowmobiles to get out there to help if anybody needs it, fishing or whatever, or through the ice.
Mhm. Got it.
And the beaver keep trimming along the shoreline, you know, getting the saplings out. I haven't spent much time over there, so I don't know much else that's going on. I do need to check and see whether there's been much change with the damming they've done through the thoroughfare out of the mill pond there. But the last time I was there last month, you couldn't get through. You couldn't get through with a boat.
Couldn't get through with what?
With a boat, or
Oh, with a boat.
I pushed my way over it with my kayak, but you know, you can't get boats. You couldn't get boats in or out. So I do need to check that to see. In the past, I've had to contact the warden to take care of the beavers in that area. I may have to do that again. Hopefully tomorrow I'll get a look. I have to be over there tomorrow. So I guess it just, you know, we need to keep assessing what the beavers are doing to dam up the thoroughfare.
Mhm.
And what will the warden do? He'll come and take them away and put them in someone else's pond?
There's something called a beaver, what is it, deceiver?
Yeah.
Do they do that? I don't know what it does. Do you,
It depends on how complicated it is to get them, because sometimes they'll just have someone come and hunt it. You know, hunt a couple.
Right, trap them.
Well,
trap
kill 'em. Hopefully trap them, but it depends on what the resources are. Because the warden in the past has said sometimes they'll shoot them. We'll see.
Okay.
Anyway, that's about
Yeah,
it.
well, they can wreck a pond quickly.
Rich, do the wardens do anything about directly to the dam?
They can help get some people together, from what I understand, to take it apart by hand if possible. Sometimes it's too difficult, and there've been people who live near the mill pond, a couple down from our camp that's the last couple of years has stayed on top of it and kept dismantling it. And the warden helped get rid of a beaver 2 years ago that was damming it up, one of them. So I'm gonna have to research it more. I don't know the state of it just yet, but it was a problem last month.
So maybe we'll learn more next month after you take a look at it,
Yeah.
Rich. Thank you for your report.
Okay.
Steve, can you report on Norton Pond?
I sure can, even though I can't see you.
Well, we can
Oh,
hear
you
you
look
well.
beautiful. You're two circles. Two
Thank you.
circles.
Thank you. Been very busy on Norton's Pond. We got all kinds of things going on with construction. We've got new culverts going in the whole length of the road, and we're going to be redoing the road on the Norton's Pond Road next spring. And Beaver has been busy down at the Ken Bailey Bridge, and he may be blocking that up if we don't get him out of there fairly soon. Other than that, the water level is still low, but it's starting to come back a little bit, and things are looking pretty good.
Thanks, Steve. I saw a report from Paul Leeper who said that the outlet dam construction is completed now for Muguntucook. And now that it's completed, it's just a matter of enough rain coming in to bring the level back up because it's no longer draining with the lower level. Do I have that correct?
That is correct. And the other thing is we got a nice new ramp there at Breezemere Park now. It's been extended and all smooth, and boy, you could really bring a boat or a float in there very well now.
And so will that new ramp work at multiple lake depths? So it will work when the water level is low, or is at its usual or higher level?
Yeah, it can be both, but the lower level is what the problem was, and now it should be much better.
Great. Good.
Steve, what was the dam which dam has been repaired?
That was the East Dam.
Okay.
And that's
Is
the
the
east.
East Dam is the one near Coastal Mountains?
It's the one closest to the lake road going around the pond, around the lake. It comes up, if you're going into where the culvert, where the dam is on the water, it'd be the left-hand dam.
So is it downstream of Molyneux Road there, or is it upstream of
It's
it?
upstream.
Upstream.
Right
of
there
it.
by where the fish hatchery used to be.
Okay,
Oh,
yeah,
above
that's
It's above
near Coastal Mountains.
Yes,
No, it's the
It
Coastal
isn't.
Mountain is on Mill Street. It's not that one. It's the one up near where Faith was, where the fish dam was, where.
Yeah, where, yes.
The
the fish
Mary-
hatchery.
It's up from Molyneux.
So it's much further upstream.
Correct.
Yeah.
It's where Neil Smith and Neil Smith used to live.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Welcome.
The report. Susan, Lake Muguntucook, if you've got a report.
Yeah, well, I think I misspoke at the last meeting. I said we had pulled our docks. I know we had been in constant communication with people who help us do that, the Winkelhoffers, but they hadn't at that moment, but they have now. I'm happy to report, in spite of the very low water level, they were finally able to pull the docks out. We have our boats out too, but Jack and I went out in our kayaks. It was probably like 2 weeks ago now, before any of the rains. And the water level was the lowest I ever remember seeing it. So I raked areas of our beach that, I had never seen before. So it was very low. The lake was very quiet. We kayaked around Fang Island, saw one other kayaker. So it's a nice quiet time of year. So, but not much, no sightings really to report other than that.
Thank you, Susan.
Why did you rake?
It's a little swimming beach. So I just wanted to take some of the sharper rocks away for footing.
Got it. Got it.
Lise, how about Moody Pond?
Well, I had Paul Leeper came out on the 29th of September and did his tests and all. And, everything was pretty much the way it was last year. And I mean, all the results of the tests were pretty much the same as last year. Lots of weeds, just as always, but and the water level higher than usual by about 6 inches, and that's because there is beaver activity over at the outlet, and but it was going down slowly. Then again, I've got to say that more recently, excuse me, more recently, the water level's gone up a bit more. And I think that hopefully there'll be some trapping of beaver this winter, and we'll have a beaver-free summer next year.
What is your concern about the beavers in the higher water levels?
Because it erodes the banks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's been a lot of. I mean, there used to be a wonderful lily pond in Moody Pond, and I think the beaver, according to Paul, probably ate all the lilies, but they're nothing but lily pads now, and they've sort of gone all around the lake.
Mm-hmm.
And it's been a problem with higher water levels, and also with, at least this year, and global warming, I'm sure, has affected the growth of the weeds, because that's been just tremendous. So rather than have the, I'd kind of like to keep it the way it was, not erode the banks further.
I've often wondered about Moody Pond. It seems as though there's almost a raised dike all the way around the perimeter of it. Do you know what the history of that is? Was it used for a mill?
I don't, but I agree with you. I think it's caused by humans. I mean, a lot of the banks are human done.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are just so many rocks in certain places.
Maybe it's the result of plowing. If those fields were plowed over the rocks.
Well, I think cattle used to come down. Cattle used to come down. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And there were more fields long ago than there are now, because the fields were bigger. But I don't think any of the fields on our side of the lake, where our house is, went down much to the shore of the pond. There was always a buffer. Mm-hmm. As far as I can tell. I mean, I don't know, but there's certainly evidence, I would say, of humans building a wall around it. Mm-hmm. Interesting. I mean, that's not true of other ponds?
No, I don't see that typically around other ponds when I kayak or canoe. It seems like there's a more gentle slope coming down to the pond itself. Steve, what has been your observation around Norton or other ponds? Have you seen a raise?
It's very, very gradual. No steepness at all.
Mm-hmm. So I think it is unusual.
Well, of course, we have
wondered about it.
Well, we have Moody Mountain and all the water coming off of that in the springtime. So maybe that was partially why there were, those stones put in on the Moody Pond side. I mean, the Moody Mountain side. But it's also been true all around the pond on the other side. There are areas where clearly, I think, people have put stones to keep the perimeter. Yeah. And I'm thankful.
Mm-hmm. I was wondering if there might have been a mill at the outlet and that the level of the pond had been artificially raised. When we hear things about Coleman Pond in the past, with it being used for quarry operations and having floating docks and that kind of thing, maybe it had been put to some different use in the past.
Do we know
Well,
how
there's
deep
no-
Moody Pond is?
Yeah, about
I was
24, and it's
wondering
deep
how-
at 24 feet. And it's How deep? 24 feet in its deepest parts. So it's
too
not
deep,
very
then.
deep. No, no.
Mm-mm.
And the shore, goes out gradually, but it goes out. It's not, just a couple of inches for, yards and yards. It's a definite slope out. So I would say not, there wasn't, there's no evidence at the outlet of any sort of construction.
Mhm. Okay. Thank you.
And it's also kind of flat over there.
Mhm.
So Gary, as you mentioned, the quarrying, Orland Sen is in the process of writing something about her research, which we're going to send to everybody as soon as it's done.
Oh, terrific. I'd be interested in hearing about that. Cheryl, how about Minnow Brook and Reserve Brook?
Not much going on, just, we haven't been down there. Although actually my husband did go down the other day and he said there's quite a bit of water in it.
Mhm.
So he said it was moving and fairly good amount of water.
Okay.
And I have to say, I'm super happy about the new ramp at Norton Pond. That was sorely needed, and David Kinney deserves the credit for stepping up and helping out with that.
Where's the ramp? At the town dock?
The boat ramp at Norton Pond.
Where the bandstand is.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, Breezemere.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, new ramp.
Didn't you help with that, Cheryl?
Well, I was the one that we tried to put our boat in and we almost dumped the boat off the side of the ramp, and it was really dangerous. So I called it to everybody's attention because you could see it. With the low water, you could see how all the concrete pads had moved, and there were big spaces where people could get their feet caught when they're trying to launch their boats. So it was obvious, and everybody kind of pulled together and it happened. I was really very pleased.
Silver lining to low water. Good.
Yeah, the water was a blessing. I mean, it was the perfect timing because, it made it possible to do it without all kinds of divers and everything else.
Yeah, good.
Thank you. For Levenseller, there's not much to report. About a week ago, the water had come up some, but it was still lower than usual for this time of year.
How much
And I didn't
lower?
go out there. What's that, Lise?
How much lower?
Oh, I would say that it is, 8 inches to a foot lower. So that
Okay.
where the water was right up against the shoreline is now an expanse of a foot or two of sand before.
Oh my.
Before you.
And that was
the water.
last year. That's compared to last year.
That's compared to last year. It's even lower than
Wow,
last year.
okay. Because last year everything was so low.
I know we got close to 2 inches of rain last night or yesterday in the storm, so maybe it's come up some if it's collected water from the watershed. Anything else to report on the condition of the ponds and the lakes? So let's move to our main agenda item today, which is the publicity that we'd like to do, the outreach we'd like to do to the public on our Phragmites project. Has everyone had an opportunity to read the exchange that I had with Dave Kinney,
Yeah, very nice.
his suggestions?
And Susan, what Susan had edited is excellent.
Oh, thank you, Whitney.
Really good.
So,
Just put that little blurb in the top there.
so
Yes.
maybe what we can do is turn first to Susan's piece and see if there are any comments on it.
I have one comment, and that is, could you refresh my memory, because I don't have the text in front of me, the title of it?
It's called Restoring a Marsh, Saving Norton Pond.
Well, I sort of question saving Norton Pond, if that wasn't a little extreme. I think saving a marsh, saving a whatever, but saving Norton Pond, you know, that might be a little.
Mhm.
I tend to be a little extreme.
How about the word protecting? Restoring a marsh.
That's
protecting Norton
perfect.
Pond.
That would be good.
Perfect,
That
perfect,
work
perfect.
with others.
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
like that too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I had one comment, and this is at the end of the first paragraph, or I'm sorry, the second paragraph.
My goodness, Steve, hi.
Great, huh?
Hey,
It works. Good to see you.
Hey, look at him.
Great.
Had my genius come down and square it around for me.
Terrific. So in the second paragraph, the last sentence says, the reeds had spread across the nature trail to the school, pushed their way into the woods and climbed the banks behind the War Memorial. I think people might be confused by had spread across the nature trail to the school. People may think that it
Oh,
grew all the way back to
Right.
the school. So a potential
Right,
correction
right.
could be something like spread across the nature trail that connects
Right.
which leads
to, yeah, which leads to, which connects the
Cool.
school with Reeves near, or something along those lines. So
Yes,
people know
that
what
would
the
be,
school is.
that would be better grammar, definitely.
Yeah, and I had a suggestion. I didn't find a place, Susan. By the way, your writing was wonderful, I thought.
Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
I didn't find a place that talked about years to come and the work that would need to continue with cutting.
Well, yes, I left it very open-ended, you notice at the end, because they're questions that we have to develop, and I was opening it up for any other opinions that people might want to express. Do we have a plan?
Well, I think it would be important to make a note that to control or to rid the area of Phragmites typically takes several years of such cutting.
Uh-huh.
That might be important to let people know, because otherwise this is describing work of 1 year.
Right.
So maybe a way to frame it would be to say that decisions will need to be made about continuing work.
Because
Because, you know, it's not something we can affect. It's something that the town has to approve and may have budget implications. And I think that that's what you were sensitive to, Susan, in writing it in an open-ended way.
Right.
But maybe there is a
Yeah, and
way of signaling that
We say that the committee is considering it and is going to be seeking input from, you know, the select board and other interested parties.
so maybe something like the committee plans to make recommendations to the Board of Selectmen on future work
because
for restoring the marsh.
Mhm.
Well, you should also say that we're considering different options and will be making a proposal and seeking input.
the reason should be given, I think, as to why that matters in the future, because to really take care of these Phragmites, it needs work over several years, from what our
Well,
understanding.
they're not going away after 1 year.
Yeah, something that needs to be, that point should be made, I think.
And
So
I
I
think we
think
should
we-
also say that we're open to input.
Yeah.
Well,
So I guess there's sort of the factual piece that says that continuing efforts would be needed to keep Phragmites under control.
Mhm.
And then say the Lakes and Ponds Committee plans to make recommendations with, input from the public or something like that.
Yeah, based
as
on
to
input from the
the
public.
Appropriate course,
Yeah.
for an appropriate course of action, something along those lines.
Yeah, good.
So it does signal,
And to
that it
speak,
could
and to
take
work
more
in
work.
concert with the selectmen,
Yeah, town administration.
with the town,
Yeah.
with the town.
Mhm. Good. I think that's good.
The other thing I was thinking was just the heading on top of everything that just says invasive plants at Norton Pond. I like the restoring a marsh concept. And I agree about the saving part of Norton Pond. But I guess a heading that catches attention about invasive plants seems to be, to me, more to the point.
Mhm.
So curbing invasives.
So you're saying maybe a subtitle? I think that the concept is great. This is about restoring a marsh, not so much about removing Phragmites.
Right.
Because
Right.
what we're concerned with is having a healthy marsh there. We want to protect Norton Pond, which kind of puts it into the province of the Lakes and Ponds Committee. But then if there's a way to deal with, so maybe there could be a second part to the title that talks about dealing with, I don't know what the best way is to express it. Dealing with an invasive newcomer, or maybe that isn't the right thing to say.
I think we should use the word invasive because it's more understood.
Yes,
I think invasive is more dramatic too. I think, addressing the attack of the invasive plants or something.
So I think that Susan was trying to sort of soften it a bit to say that we didn't start with the issue of the plant being bad, but we really took a look at the issue and explored it and made a judgment that it wasn't in the best interest
Mhm.
of the pond and of the ecosystem to have the Phragmites there. So if the Phragmites truly were performing pollution removal and keeping excess nutrients from getting into the pond, it might not make as much sense to do this.
Right.
So if there's a way of getting some of that nuance across, I think that that's one of the things, Susan, that you were trying to accomplish.
Right. So I don't think it's just, that's a real knee-jerk reaction. If something's invasive, it must be bad. We must do something about it. I really wanted, I knew there was some resistance to this. And so I tried to frame the whole thing and show all those other aspects that you just mentioned. So it's not just an automatic assumption that invasives are bad and must be eliminated.
but the point you make is that Phragmites are bad. I mean, that seems to be the bottom line of what you're trying to say and why we're doing this. And the marsh restoration certainly is part of it, but we're tackling it because of the invasive. I mean,
Because of Phragmites.
did I read it wrong? I mean, where you lead to is the problems it creates, isn't it?
Yeah, but I think part of it is the story. too, of making some judgments and coming to that conclusion. Maybe there's a way of saying, you know, dealing with, so maybe it's sort of dealing with an invasive marsh plant or something along those lines.
What about restoring a marsh, refreshing an ecological community? It's kind of a vague and
That's too vague,
too vague.
too vague.
Well, I thought vague was useful.
Good.
I like the
Well, I
protecting
don't think we
Norton
should be
Pond.
squeamish.
Could we
I don't think
add,
we should be squeamish about invasive.
okay, can we say, restoring a marsh, protecting Norton Pond from aggressive invasive plants
Sure.
Well,
or
we
something
don't
like
really know.
invasive
You honestly think that
Phragmites?
So maybe aggressive, you know, aggressive plants could be something.
Mhm.
Because I think that we are concerned with that with all of the ponds and some of the other ponds that may not be Phragmites, but it, you know, might be, what's the new one at Pitcher Pond, Richard? The frog bit?
Frog
Frog spit, yeah.
Frog spit, yeah.
And
I think I'm having,
all the ponds are dealing with invasives.
yeah, I'm having a problem understanding what's, you know, is this an immigration issue that we can't talk about invasives? I mean, it is something that we've been on top of, and it's been a major issue for everyone.
and
who-
everybody talks about it, and it's all over the place.
Yeah,
Everybody's talking about invasives.
I mean, I think that would catch people's attention and make it very understandable why we have to tackle it.
So Susan, what was your recommendation again as the wording we could use?
Restoring a marsh, protecting Norton Pond from aggressive invasive plants.
I think
That
that does
too.
it.
That'll catch attention. I think that's what we want to do.
Is that acceptable to everybody?
Well, do we honestly think that in the next 50 years that if those Phragmites were left where they are, that they would encroach on Norton Pond?
I think we very
Because, you know,
definitely
you can't
do.
see
That's
them from
what,
from the water.
right. I think the concern is since the seeds are airborne, that it's just a matter of time before they'll take seed along the
Yeah.
shore where routes 52, 173 are going through, and it will overtake that whole shallow area of Norton Pond.
Okay, well then then that statement that Susan read or suggested is correct.
Right, and I think that that's our interest, is to keep it from getting to the pond because of concerns of what it'll do to the ecology, but also to property values and the recreational use of the pond itself.
Okay, well, hearing that, I feel comfortable with what Susan said.
I've made notes on all the other points you've made, so I'd be happy to work those in as well.
Could you
Thank you,
send,
Susan.
Susan, could you, when you are complete, would you send that out and I can include them in our minutes?
Okay. Yep.
And then we can, perhaps we can review them a final time next time.
Okay.
And I think that that'll relate to the suggestions that we got from Dave Kinney about briefing the select board and what the timing of that would be. I don't think that this is such a pressing issue that we need to brief the select board as he potentially suggested in December. I think it's something that could wait until after our next
Mhm.
meeting and do it sometime in
Mhm.
January. And that would give us another round to look at this. And then also for us to consider some of the other ideas that David put forward and that we discussed at our last meeting for getting the information out. Does that timing make to others as well to do it sometime after our next
Much better
meeting?
than December.
Okay. So let's
So we're
discuss
not
some
meeting
of,
in December?
no,
we
we
won't-
would be meeting in December. I
Okay.
think it would be December 22nd. No,
Okay.
is it, I think it's December 22nd,
Close to Christmas.
close to Christmas, but nobody's going anywhere this year.
Well,
Maybe?
maybe.
Not me. Susan, I think you're a gifted writer.
You
Oh,
are-
thank you, Rich.
I do. It's nice.
It was fun to do.
Yeah.
Thank you.
It was the right tone and it was what you wanted, kind of a story and
So
some
this,
history.
you'll send them out. You'll send this draft out and I'll just will put it into the minutes as a recognizing it as what it is.
Is that the appropriate channel? I'll send it to you, Tony, as secretary.
Gary, it suits me. I will wait for, will you be doing that in the next few days?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll just wait for that and then I'll send my draft minutes out and then we can review all of this before our next meeting.
Okay. Sounds good.
Wait, Gary just disappeared.
What happened to Gary?
Oops.
We're a headless committee.
I saw a big grin on his face and then it just disappeared. I don't know what that was about. Gary, are you there?
No,
Yeah, he could probably dial back in unless something went on with his connection.
Yeah,
It does happen.
so, well, I'll just bring up Cheryl's. Do we want to include when we go to the select board, Cheryl's plan for putting up a sign? Because I thought that was very good.
Right.
It was very good.
So I don't know if we want to, if there's a sequence. Susan, what,
I
Susan?
think we definitely need a sign at the site
Right.
as soon as possible.
Yeah,
Where are you at with that moving on, Cheryl, as far as getting
Well,
it?
I mean, I sent out a sample just idea and I haven't done anything with that, but it's easy to just make something, again, simple and put it up on a piece of paper with plastic on it to begin with. And my ultimate goal would be to see a small interpretive panel that
Yeah.
explained what's going on. I don't know. I looked at the cost of that and it's really not prohibitive, depending on who does it and where. I mean, maybe one of the local companies would be willing to do it at a discounted rate. I don't know.
But that's the work you've done so far. You're saying that could be printed and put up fairly easily.
Yeah, I mean, you could put it in a plastic sleeve that you put in a notebook and hang it up on a tree or on a board and then on a tree.
yeah,
You know, at least people would know what was going on.
yeah. Well, I think that's an important part to do. So if you could work on the wording of that.
Yep.
And have a sample for our next meeting,
Okay.
that'd be great. I guess I'll take over as the vice president.
No,
Yeah, there you
I'm
go.
happy to do that. Sure.
Yeah.
I don't think there's a huge rush. The area is filled in with docks right now
Right.
and there's very little activity. But I loved the sign you put together. So that as a final product at some point. But yeah, a little something to post in the meantime would be great.
I
Did
mean,
you get it?
we need the board, do we need the Board of Selectmen to say something about that? I mean, I don't know if you want to run over there.
I
and-
think it needs to be run by Dave Kinney at
Yeah.
least.
Yeah.
I mean,
Definitely.
Great. Welcome
And
back.
Gary's back.
I could
Yay.
just ask him. I mean,
Are you all right, Gary?
I am. My computer froze, so I've now put it onto my phone. Can you
Oh,
see
yeah.
me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
So, Gary, in your absence, I carried on our fine meeting, and we're
Good.
talking about the sign to have at that location. And Cheryl is going to come up with something that we can talk about on December 22nd.
Terrific.
You know, did you get feedback from enough people yet, you feel?
you mean on the, I
What-
think only one or two people, I want to say maybe Whitney and Susan said something. I don't remember exactly, but,
Oh, and Pat
I think-
responded
oh,
too.
right, she did. Yep.
And I did too. I don't know if you saw mine.
I'll have to go back and look because I do remember, I have the emails. I didn't delete them. So I can go back and check that. But I think everybody was happy with it. Nobody made any changes. I could still send it out to everyone and just have everybody take a quick look at it or,
Yeah, do send it out again.
okay.
Not everyone has seen
Thanks.
it.
Yeah, I thought it was great.
Oh,
And maybe it would be part of our presentation to the select board, you know, just as we keep it all in one big package when we meet with them, whenever that is.
Yeah, I agree, Susan.
Well, my question is that if you've already gotten that feedback and everyone's had a look at it, we're probably ready for the next step rather than the idea of you're putting it together to bring to the next meeting because you
Yeah.
already did it.
Mhm.
But
So
I
there are no changes.
haven't seen it, and if you
No changes.
I
No,
don't
I
think
thought it
you
was-
said anything about changing it. No.
Okay.
It was very simple. It just explained what it was. I mean, it was,
Mhm.
so maybe it's
Pretty.
completed enough. Maybe it's completed enough to think about the next step, which may be the presentation to the board. Or have
So
Dave
I guess,
Kinney look at it. Maybe have Dave Kinney look at it as was suggested.
We don't want to publicize the sign until we've got our Susan's text finalized. Shouldn't we present the text and the sign at the same time to David?
Yeah, I would think so.
yeah.
yeah, I think we can. I think that that's something that we can do after our next meeting. And we can really spend our next meeting to prepare for the presentation to the select board. And I think that we would want to also talk about the mechanisms that we would use to get our messages out there. There was the idea of presenting what Susan put together to Diane O'Brien. It seemed as though Dave thought that that would be a fine idea, but he said that we could also use other avenues, that the town could
Yeah,
have something or get some coverage from the newspapers on it as well. And maybe we should do it in a stepwise fashion, but come up with those ideas that we want to develop. And maybe there are committee members who would want to take a lead on developing particular outreach ideas in the way that Susan has with her narrative piece.
Susan, have you talked to Diane about it?
No, I was going to wait until the whole committee was okay with it, and then I would take it to her.
So I think that what David suggested is that the sequencing of things would be that we would make a presentation to the select board, not for their approval, but to advise them of what we're doing and get whatever input they might have. And once we hear from them on, I guess, both the content and what they think might be an appropriate way to get the message out to the public, we could move forward with it. And I think Dave was saying not until that time should we get it to Diane.
Yep. And it wouldn't hurt to have Diane, do it as a local column, and there would still be time then to take it to on the Free Press or the Pilot.
Yeah.
And I guess the issue would it be our hope that Diane would publish what you've put together, or for her to use it as material upon which to maybe include a couple sentences or a paragraph or something more in depth?
I would
Maybe
leave
get
that
her
to
advice.
her discretion. She has unlimited space now that she's online. So she has from time to time put in large pieces, but I would leave that up to her.
And it might be more effective if it were coming in her words. And what it would do is it would save your piece for a standalone piece that could be potentially published in the annual report.
Okay.
So in other words, if it had already been published there, I'm not sure that it would make sense to publish it in another place.
Right. And she's very good at putting things in her own words and giving it a frame and a context. And and then we could save the written piece for later.
And she does have sort of a loyal readership too.
She does.
Pay attention to her words.
Yep.
Well, there's also the Lincolnville Bulletin Board too, which Susan, you said likes to have.
Yeah. Carlin, does so much with her work. But maybe we should think about where we want it to appear. If we want it in the town report, it probably makes sense to save it for the town report.
But I don't think, as Gary pointed out, people don't necessarily read the town report, whereas people read Diane's and read the Lincolnville Bulletin Board and read Penn Bay Pilot.
Right, it's true.
Yeah.
True.
And it's such a good piece. I'd love to be able to get it out to a wider audience.
Too, yeah.
The Free Press is a good spot too.
Yep. Yeah.
I have a question about the website. What about, how much, do we have limited space there, or could we post that on the page on the web, on the town website? No, the town.
Yes, we do
but it
have.
might get no reading. What's the readership?
So
I don't know. I look at all that, but.
So Cheryl, it's my understanding that we can post anything there that we want. And we've got, I think, a video there that Josh had put together. So it could be posted there. I share Lisa's concern that there may not be a large readership, but I think that if we've got this, that once we do get it out, it would make sense for it to be posted there.
Yeah, I just think it wouldn't hurt.
In addition to whatever else we might do with it.
Yeah, it's a good
So
idea.
Diane,
Also in the,
go ahead.
no.
I'm just saying for readership, Diane and Lincolnville Bulletin Board, and Penn Bay Pilot and Free Press, all of these have good readerships, I think.
Mm-hmm. And we might want to also develop an article that sort of more factually describes what we did, that gets into a little bit more about the permit or the approval of the state to go forward, a little bit more about the extent of what it is that we did. Maybe having some photos of what it looked like before and afterwards. And I think if we do have those photos, that might be good to include in your piece too, Susan. I really liked the images that you had that showed a number of us individually doing the work. There was a lot of interest there, but maybe to give people a little broader view of it, if we did have a photo, and I think we may have taken one, of what it looked like before we did any work at all, and what it looked like when we finished.
Oh,
Do we have, and would that make sense, do you think, in the context of what you've put together, your story?
oh, yeah, sure. I don't have a before and after of a complete, I have a video that kind of panned across the whole thing, but I don't really have a before and after photo.
Okay. Does anyone have a before and after photo, or a before photo? We can
Well,
always,
before is more important because we can
Yes.
always take an after.
Right.
right.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll check my phone to see if I've got one. I'm not sure I do. And the video you took, can you take a still image of the video?
Oh, possible. Oh, I don't know. I'll
Okay.
see what I can do with that.
Whitney, did you get a photo early on?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought Whitney did.
Talking about recording tools, giving Gary's announcement 10 minutes and you can take a break.
Okay.
So I'll check my phone and see if I've got something.
Tony, do you have
It's
anything?
possible. I'm just looking.
Yeah.
I don't remember. But I remember so little, that doesn't mean much.
So
Well,
I think I remember someone taking a photo at the time we were using the backpack bushwhackers to
Oh, yeah.
the powered ones. So someone I know had taken a photo at least at that stage. But it'll be something for us all to check to see if we've got a
Yeah.
photo.
And I also do agree with you that a shorter factual article might be good to have on hand in case it's, we find a place for it when we decide where
Mhm.
Susan's article should.
Well, generally speaking, you need a press release if you're going to be sending it to the Free Press.
Yes.
Yeah, well, it's not really an event. I mean, I guess my feeling in approaching the press would be to try to reach out to like Susan Mustovich or one of the reporters who would take an interest and then might have some more questions. That's where we would want more details of actual facts. Mine was more of a storytelling thing that wanted to maybe just had a dual purpose of showing townspeople, how, anybody could join the town committee and get involved and, not as an expert, but as someone exploring all the options. So, but in approaching the press, I'd like to see, somebody to really, read it perhaps, but then be prepared to offer more details of the actual facts if they have an interest.
Yeah.
I think that makes sense as an approach.
Yeah.
So it sounds like it's really great to have the narrative story of how we approached it and what we looked at, but then also having the kind of thing that might be in a press release that would be the kind of the factual story of what happened. And that could be something that would potentially spark some interest on the part of a reporter and lead to a conversation.
Yeah. So we need to do a shorter version. We just need to reach out to the reporter. Is that correct?
Well, no, I think we could reach out with a story, but tell them we'd love to, be interviewed and share the more facts about the actual process.
They can write it.
And let them write it, right?
Well, I'd be happy to put together a little press release.
Okay, so maybe it would even take the form of a fact sheet on what it is that we did with kind of bulleted points. And then that would be, we could use that for a lot of different things. We could use it for the select board briefing too, as a basis for doing some of that. That would be great, Lise, if you were able to do that. I know that Whitney took some notes at the beginning that might be useful.
Well, I'll get facts from all of you.
Okay.
So Gary, you have those notes. I don't have them.
Okay, do I have them
Yes, I believe.
electronically? Okay,
Well, no, I think I just gave you the papers that I.
okay, I'll have to find them.
I'm sure.
I'm sure I've got them. Yeah, okay, good. So Lisa, I'll send some information on to you that I have.
Okay, fine.
Thank you.
That's good. We're moving along here to getting out a very well organized barrage on the press.
Well, yeah, we can take a look at what we've got and see how ambitious we want to be.
Yes.
So do you want me to approach Diana O'Brien about it just to see if that's something she'd like to include at some point?
Yes.
Yeah, I think it wouldn't hurt. I think we just have to be sensitive to what Dave Kinney said. You know, in his email, he kind of laid out a way to go to it. So maybe we ought to hold off. And since timing isn't of the essence here, we can probably wait.
Okay.
So at least that, I think that may work out better for us.
Yep, sounds good.
The other thing that I thought that we might want to brief the select board on, if and when we meet with them, would be the results of our survey of unencapsulated polystyrene, because we've got a really good story to tell there as well. And it's a project that they're invested in. So we might even want to do that first and to thank them for their support of that project. And we're really seeing progress on that front, and that we got a new project that we're now working on that we want to advise them of. What do you think of including that as part of our briefing?
That's good. And Pat was going to put together a composite of the results.
Yes.
And I don't know what's happened to that.
Okay, I'll reach out to her on this issue.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Gary.
Yeah. Well, glad you're back, Gary. You haven't passed out.
What is it?
It's an old computer.
It's an old computer. I need to get a new one.
The same thing happened to me earlier today. That's why I'm on my phone now.
Yeah, okay. And I've heard that it's hard to get new computers, that there's a real run on them because people need them for meetings like this. And if they've got an old one, it can't necessarily handle it. So to get a new one may take several months.
Oh.
So I want to make sure that I've heard everybody out on these issues about doing outreach, any additional ideas, anything else that we might want to look into to bring forward at our next meeting.
Well, the only thing you missed was Cheryl's are you going to send it, what you sent out again to refresh our memory?
Yeah, I will do that.
Yeah.
That would be good.
If that would be helpful, yeah.
Yeah. That's all.
Are there any other items that people would like to bring up this evening?
Well, someday when everything else is resolved, has this committee ever considered a recommendation about limiting the the speed or displacement of boats on Lake McGuntacook or Norton Pond?
I have an interesting little anecdote. When they were working on doing the ramp to repair it, I was told that the reason it's so narrow is so that if you have a big boat and a big trailer,
Oh,
go. So for
Uh-huh.
Norton Pond, that's sort of like a subtle limitation.
uh-huh. Yeah, Norton, McGuntacook doesn't have that. It's
No.
really accessible.
I
Yeah.
know.
Yeah.
Well, my other idea, I'm on the rec commission too, and that whole commission, pardon me for saying this in public on live YouTube, but it needs to have more power and more members in order to do things for recreation in Lincolnville. And the new property out on Route 1 that we got from the conservation, that could be used for so many things that would maybe take some of the weight off of the ponds. It's a lovely area, and it's got a rocky beach. It's not accessible for swimming, that I would go swimming there.
Right.
But, and again, there are some limitations to what you can do with it. But if it were allowed, it would be the perfect spot for a boat ramp for nice big boats to go. That's the problem, is there's no ramps and no parking for people to put their boats in the ocean. So that's why they land in McGuntacook.
But is it
The lake or the ocean?
Lincolnville Beach has a ramp, doesn't it?
Yeah, but you can't park. There's no place to park.
Oh, true.
You can't park a trailer and a car there. I mean, you have. That's why people are starting to put moorings out there. If you go to the ferry beach,
yeah,
on the other side, people are starting to put moorings out there and leaving their boats out there because there's no way to get them. I mean, you can put it in there, but then what do you do with your truck and your trailer?
Right.
So, that's the problem. And I mean, the other place would be ideal for that. And, you know, they don't know what they're going to do with it yet. But to just make it another lovely little park where people can barbecue, I mean, that would be nice too. But having an area where people could launch their boats would be ideal.
But isn't it a huge cliff down to the beach, down to the water?
No, not really.
Oh,
yes, it is.
Huge.
It is.
Yeah. I thought it was quite a slope.
Well,
it is.
It is that big? I don't know.
Are we talking about the thing that came from Coastal Mountains?
Yeah.
We're talking about that property. Yeah, there's quite a slope going down.
Yeah.
And it's sort of a shame to, because you don't want somebody driving a truck and a car and a boat all the way through that nice property. I mean, you don't want to turn it into a boat ramp. It'd be a shame.
That's true. It is pretty far.
You'd have to pave a
It's
whole
so
area.
nice the way it is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess those are the issues. People have different views of what appropriate uses are for something along those. I think that in this case, you'd have to take a pretty close look at the conservation easement, the restrictions on how the property can be used.
Right.
When I looked at that, it's pretty tight, I think.
Oh.
That would be the first step to see what's permissible and what kind of restrictions go along with it.
That's true.
But I want to go back to Susan's issue of whether or not this committee has ever sort of dealt with the issue of restricting boat sizes. Not during my tenure on the committee. The only discussions that we've had that get to the issue of boat use was the issue with those, I guess, those wave runners or the boats that create large waves. And there was a lot of concern about that 2 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that what happened, and I don't know if Steve would want to talk to this or not, is that the lake warden stepped up efforts to protect the no wake zones along the shoreline and at the eastern end of the lake. But we never talked about restricting a particular kind or size of boat.
Yeah.
You know, that's something that we can that we can take up, and I think there probably would be a variety of positions on it, and I also think it would become pretty controversial in town.
Yeah.
And the question is that something that we would want to put our time into? You know, I'd probably, from my perspective, the way I come at things is that I would want to look at it from the standpoint of potential ecological damage as a
Right.
result of larger boats, and whether you could scientifically say that that they caused harm. But the other thing that our committee does look at is the enjoyment of the lake for people, and what, you know, and what the town wants. But I think we're dealing with the mooring issue to some degree, and that has at least the town is, and this would be something else that could cause some controversy, and we should have a discussion to see if we think that there would be a large amount of support amongst the lake associations and the lake owners for something like that, and if we think it is something that causes us to experience the lake in, you know, ways that we otherwise wouldn't. One of the points that we've made as a committee is that each of the lakes have their own character, so that you have isolated, relatively remote ponds like Moody Pond, where if people want to have a more contemplative experience, they can do it. But we also have two lakes with boat ramps. So if people want to have more active recreation, like water skiing or swimming or that kind of thing, that's available as, you know, as well. So, and I think that some of that is expressed in the comprehensive plan too. And I think the comprehensive plan in some ways, you know, dictates views of how it is that the resources of the town should be used. So I think it would be an interesting exploration, but I think it might be difficult.
I know jet skis were outlawed some time ago, and it took a while for that to be resolved.
Yeah, and that's what I want to talk about, is that I was very much involved in the jet ski. There was no Lincolnville Lakes and Ponds Committee at the time. And Coleman Pond started it, and then other got it going, and then other lakes added to it. But what, I mean, took the Coleman Pond, what would you say, plan, and added to there and theirs and adapted it. And but we had to go as a town. Now, the reason Tony and I knew so much about it was because there was Drummond and Woodson.
Well, there was a statewide legislation about it that the legislature turned the decision about jet skis to each town, so that each town could make a choice about what they wanted.
I see.
We Drummond and Woodson, as a statewide, having statewide presence, offered a seminar in how to approach your individual town. And we attended that in the Augusta Civic Center. It was attended by hundreds of people. And we were able to take a lot of information from that and bring it, strategize, and then bring it to the select board in Lincolnville. And ultimately, despite the best efforts of some members of the select board, we were able to pass it. But
Mhm.
it was a long-winded campaign.
Uh-huh.
We had a multi-page document from the Nature Conservancy. We had support from land trusts. We had the backup from Drummond and Woodsum. We had some collaboration between the pond associations. And ultimately, we prevailed, but it was contentious.
Mhm. Mhm.
But it was all this, as you're talking about, it's erosion, it's wildlife erosion of the shores. It's exactly the same problem.
Yeah.
I mean, I've got a huge file on it.
I think if I may be conflating two different issues, but I think at one point I'm pretty sure there were 2 or 3 hearings by a committee in Augusta that ended up defining the constraints on jet skis as a taking away of a right.
Right.
Mm.
Right.
It was crazy.
I have,
Mhm.
I have a comment too. I was very involved in this
Yeah.
process. I had a meeting, I called a public meeting because I was getting some rough calls at my home for being involved in trying to get, the jet ski bans on the lakes in town. And I also, which I spoke at and tried to explain it. And I also brought the information to the town meetings where it had to be voted in. And I presented information both in Lincolnville and in Northport, because in Pitcher Pond, Northport, I had to also approve it as a town for it to be effective in Lincolnville. Well, at Pitcher Pond in Lincolnville. And the biggest problem I ran into with anger from the public had to do with motorboats, and if there were going to be any restrictions on motorboats. And that was where, a wall of upset came from. And once that was clarified and they understood some of the issues that jet skis led to with wildlife safety, polluting with more oil into the water. I mean, there were a number of issues that were clear enough to make a case, but the motorboat issue was a huge one. And we would run into a great deal of trouble managing that. Now, if the select board got involved in some way, it would probably make a huge difference. But coming from our committee, I'm not sure. I mean, we could talk about this more, and I think it's important to. We just had there was a realtor who just came up with a question for our association at Pitcher Pond about the size of motors, because someone who wants to buy on Pitcher Pond has a big boat. Know about restrictions before they were going to buy on Pitcher Pond. So it is a very important question and a current one. And I think we could explore it, but I think we need to go slow.
Yeah.
Do you have restrictions on motor sizes in Pitcher?
No.
No. Well, it points up the need for it, doesn't it?
We just hope that our ramp is bad enough that we keep.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you better sabotage it.
So the only lake in town that has a restriction on motorboats is Levenseller, and that was one that was promulgated by the state. So if you look at the fishing laws, you'll see that Levenseller only allows, I think, electric trolling motors, but doesn't allow gasoline motors of any size.
Oh.
So I think we also have to look at issues of state jurisdiction versus local jurisdiction. I think you have to look at issues of boat ramps, and to the extent that the boat ramps have been funded by state funds, there may be limits as to how a town might be able to restrict the use of boats that are otherwise registered by the state. So I think it would end up taking a fair amount of research to understand what a town can or cannot do. And I think given the political climate now too, it might be more difficult to do something like restricting motorboats than it was even to deal with the the jet skis. But those all would be considerations, and we would need to decide if it's something that we do want to proceed with. Is this an issue that you would like to present for discussion in some way at one of our future meetings, Susan, so that we can more fully explore it?
It's a question, you know, it's not a big
Yeah.
gripe. It's just that I noticed that particularly on McGuntacook, the displacement, you know, it's not only, I guess I haven't heard the word wave runners. It's not only the size of the motor, it's like these boats are built to displace so much water that they create huge wakes. So it just seems excessive to me. But I realize it's a delicate issue, and we have people's rights. But yes, I would like to raise it as a question.
Mhm.
You see what are these new things? You stand up and do they have waves? Those hovercrafts?
Oh,
It's just
I don't know about those. I don't think so.
Yeah, I think speed might be, I think it would be an interesting discussion to have, and it may lead to anything more than informing ourselves, but I think it would be an interesting discussion.
I think it'd be good to have it.
What?
And I would definitely be interested in hearing your expertise about the ecological damage, both erosion and to wildlife.
Yeah, and maybe what it could come down to is better enforcement of no wake zones.
Right, right.
And maybe looking at no wake zones and where they should be to prevent the issues. So it isn't so much about going after a
Right.
particular kind of boat or size of boat, but rather to prevent damage, whether it's from one of these smaller boats that don't have a whole lot of displacement, but do create huge waves and can cause damage.
They
So,
can.
but I think that could be part of the discussion. You know, if this is an issue, what are
And
the
it's kind of
potential ways we could deal with it?
Yeah.
Well,
And it's also somewhat related to these moorings, you know, because moorings are going to become more and more of an issue as more and more people get boats. And something that struck me the other day is most people don't have boats. And, you know, you got to strike a balance between the people who don't have boats and who want to have a lake be a lake, and the people who, and it's all just going to get worse in the years to come as more people move to Maine and with bigger boats.
But Lise, a lot more people have
What?
boats than have waterfront property.
Well, that's also true.
Mhm.
That's also true. That's an issue, isn't it? I mean,
Yeah.
that's what the mooring ordinance problem, one of the mooring ordinance problems is.
And I think we can expect more people to, you know, I mean, I'd love to see, you know, lots of canoes and kayaks and small rowboats and small fishing boats. But if we're going to talk about more and more boats, then it may become more of an issue if they are really oversized and creating huge wakes.
But there are more boats than there used to be.
Of speed than it is of size. I think if you have these pontoon party boats that are double hulled, they're pretty benign.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
They're large, but if you have a boat that's that size or smaller, but is going at 50 miles an hour, that's really, that's dangerous to swimmers, to kayakers, to loons.
Yeah.
So why don't we
And
have
noisy.
What?
why don't we have a fuller discussion of this issue? Not at our next meeting in December, because I think at our next meeting in December, we really want to spend some time to figure out what we're going to do with our public outreach for the Phragmites project. But maybe in January, that would be something good to discuss. And it would be interesting to bring the perspective of the lake associations or lake by lake, what
Yeah.
people think the circumstances are, how much of an issue it is, what concerns there may be, and then we could take it from there.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing? I agree with you that whenever we have a problem with a boat going too fast and going into the no wake zone, we used to call Justin Twitchell. So I think that the lake, and is he still involved, Steve? Justin?
Yes.
So there is with the what do they call lake monitors? No, not monitors. What they call
Wardens.
Oh, now, and we also have
there
wardens.
is the harbor master, Lincolnville harbor master, and whenever there's a problem, you can always call them. And it is based on the no wake zone. And that's the way to deal with it, Susan.
Okay.
Well, but that could be part of our discussion.
Yeah.
We could talk about that.
Mention that, Gary. You maybe want to go to bed.
No, I just really want to be able to fully explore this issue in a more systematic way than we're able to do right here, right now. And I
Yes.
want people to be able to think about it. I really want to be able to hear from everybody on the committee, and for people to be able to be honest about their feelings, because our lakes and ponds serve different purposes for different people, and we need to be able to rationalize what we do. And I think that it's also important that we maintain our credibility as a as a committee, and as a committee that the board can look to deal with some of these issues. And we've got to remember that all of these meetings are public meetings. They're being recorded. So I want to sort of approach this as systematically and as thoughtfully and with consideration for all of the people in town as we can, but still keep in mind our charge of protecting the ecology and natural resources of the lake, while still providing benefits to the people of the town. So I just think we need to be smart about how we approach this.
I agree. And I think for our January meeting, it might be good to have Paul Leeper or Justin Twitchell or what's
Dale
Dale.
Doherty is our warden.
what?
Dale Doherty is our
Yeah.
warden.
Yeah.
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 Steve, I just wanted to check with Steve. I know Steve's a boat owner, and he's aware of the boat culture on Norton and Maguntacook, what his thoughts are on this issue, if you'd like to share them.
Yeah, we had a couple of years ago, we had some problems with wave boats, and we finally gave the people a very long talking to, and that situation has been taken care of.
So there are other approaches and that can be part of our discussion as well. I like the idea of having Dale or Paul be involved in some way, but probably not at the first meeting. I think that we need to get, make sure we understand what our individual thinking is on the issue, how we might want to approach it. And to the extent that we pursue it further, we could invite others and also reach out to to Dave Kinney, for example, to see what his understanding is of the regulatory framework that we're working with in terms of state responsibilities and prerogatives and local responsibilities and prerogatives. But I would look at our January session as a scoping session and maybe make some decision about whether or not this is something that we would want to put time into, because I think if we take it on, it would be a pretty significant issue and use of our time.
As much as possible, our initial conversation, given that we're recorded, it's impossible, but I would say as much as possible, if we can discuss below the radar, the better, and get our ducks in a row, get our goals, our thoughts, and et cetera, clear in our own mind before we consult with anybody else.
And we can start that process, I think, in January. I'd like that if others are supportive of doing it that way.
Yes.
I would agree. Yeah. And I appreciate hearing about your experiences, Whitney and Rich. You know, I wasn't around at that time, so it's very interesting to hear.
And I've got the whole report of what we came up with. If you're interested, I can look it up.
Oh.
Yeah, it was quite a document.
Yeah, well, I would be.
Okay, good. I'll look it up. I think it's in my studio. I've got a big file.
Well, maybe your final report.
Yeah.
And I would add that the votes both in Lincolnville at the town meeting and Northford at the town meeting were very much in favor of the ban of the jet skis.
Yeah.
But the motorboat issue was huge.
Yeah.
And
It's good to know. It's good history.
Yeah.
I stood behind Jay Foster because he was so big, and I thought it'd be really great to have him up there. And he did most of the talking, and we had no difficulty
Oh.
Lincolnville about that.
Uh-huh.
Well,
Just
Yeah,
one,
there were questions. There were questions.
remember who we,
one question.
yeah.
Well, a lot went on before that meeting, let me tell you, Whitney.
Yes, oh yes. Like me hiding behind Jay.
And phone calls I got, and some upset people,
Mm.
but it worked out.
Yes, it did.
Good.
Well,
Well,
thank
it's
you
good
for
to
your
have this
efforts.
history.
Thank you for making that happen.
Yeah, that was a big one.
Yeah.
Well,
And I'm relieved that we didn't get the telephone calls that you did. Rich, I'm sorry about that.
well,
Unpleasant.
it's part of it when you step out,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah.
Any other items to discuss today?
You'll notice I sent you a couple of pictures of the individual cutting Phragmites. I just, back in July, I guess. I just sent them to you a few minutes ago. That may
To all of us? To all of
I
us?
just sent it to Gary because it may provide us with a before image.
Okay.
Got it.
Okay. And I'll check my my photos too.
Okay.
Well, thank you all.
Yeah.
Have a wonderful
Okay, well,
Thanksgiving.
thank you.
Yes. Happy Thanksgiving.
all of it. Good seeing y'all.
Bye
Yeah,
now.
good seeing you.
Bye.
Take care. Bye-bye.
How do we
Night.
get off? Escape?
Yeah, no, you just had it.
Push leave.
Good night.